Hello, hello. Hope you are doing well today. It's good to see you. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. Working on a couple things. Got Dad in the shop today, so that is pretty cool. For some reason, I don't have a way to... I don't know why my live chat is not here.
Weird.
But we can see it over there.
Yeah,
I don't see if there's anything that pops up though. So that's weird. I don't know why that's happening. Sorry, y'all. I can't see the chat. But we're going to continue anyways. Because that's what we do. I'll just have to keep an eye on the iPad in order for that to tell me what's going on. Anyway, did a little cleaning up in the shop yesterday.
Whoop. He's selling himself short. He did a lot of cleaning yesterday.
Did a lot of cleaning yesterday. We'll do a little look-see later on, but you can see my table back here is a little, well, cleaner. I got some secret project stuff coming up.
Yeah, it's stuff that you're working on instead of it just
these stuff that I'm working on.
piles of things.
So, yeah, I hope you are doing well. I do apologize that I can't see for whatever reason.
If you refresh it, does that mess it up?
I don't know. I don't think so. No. Oh, there's that too. Hey, cool, thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, we're going to pop out chat. It's not like anybody was chatting other than myself, anywho.
Not yet.
Not yet. Where is everybody? Come on, it's Tuesday. But it's summer. Everybody's on summer vacay, right?
No.
What? Well, we ain't either, so there's that. Let me see if I can pop this into that dock there. What?
Got a weird text message. It's clearly not for me because I don't have a new mom. I'm already one that passed away.
Oh. Well, thanks for bringing it up anyways. Golly, people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're looking sharp as a tack.
Thank you.
Lawrence!
Hello.
How you doing, man? Good to see you.
All this stuff all set up for the stream today.
Yeah, sorry. Some stuff didn't work the way that I wanted it to. There we go. Okay.
John is doing
There we go.
pins first, right?
Yeah, I'm going to be shaping some fountain pens first, and then we're going to be working on these blanks over here.
Those ones are called Kitless.
Hey, he's up now. Oh, way overeager.
Oh, I was
Here, bring it over here. But Lawrence, how you doing, man? What you working on now? Got any new projects you're working on?
Cool. You're right.
You got a vacuum chamber ordered yesterday. Right on, dude. Right on. Here is that, so you can see the pins.
This is,
those are the ones that I'm working on for the
collaboration with a local shop. We're very excited. You said one of these had like a weird.
Yeah, I had to do an accent on this one.
No, I don't want that.
Well, I did an accent ring. There was a bubble at the base of that.
Well, I have more of those blanks, so you can just make a new section.
Pretty cool, though.
Yeah.
Seamless.
We'll keep the section. It just won't work for this particular.
You know what? I might even have one already. As well.
If you don't, I'll just do one. Yeah, and this looks like just a random one. That's pretty cool, though.
Yeah. Let's see. Some dude's talking about milk.
What?
Some dude's talking about milk. I don't know if he's coming at you or what.
Why are we talking about milk?
Well, he said we need to drink some milk.
I like milk. I'm out of milk, though. I forgot it in our groceries yesterday. Sorry.
Yeah.
No milk here. I have oat milk.
Oh, milk.
Don't make fun of me when I drink cups of milk.
No, I make fun of the way you say it.
Fine. He still kind of makes fun of me though.
Ben, how you doing, man?
John did so much cleaning, you guys. Remember when I was fussing at him for all of the piles of boxes and things
Now
everywhere?
I don't know where anything is.
No, he spent all yesterday putting it away. I offered to bring out the label maker, which is what he should do, is label all of it.
Going to be very helpful.
No, like for coffee. No milk for coffee. That's bad. I put lots of milk in my coffee.
No.
Extra milk. Light on the coffee. I don't really drink coffee much. Anyways, John did so much cleaning. It looks great on the other side too of the camera that y'all don't really see, like the other half of our workshop. But especially, he did all of the stuff in the carts, and then
You can pivot the camera.
for Christmas, he got this bad boy over here and had absolutely nothing in the drawers really for like, what are we, into June, more than 6 months. So he finally got to it. And yeah, it's looking amazing. I don't know how he had this.
You want to share some of your upcoming information?
Like what?
You know what?
My fancy pens?
No, not the fancy pins.
I don't know what then.
The knot pins.
The not blanks?
Yeah.
Okay, well, yes. I have decided that I am gonna go back to selling bespoke blanks, which I haven't done now for like 3+ years. I only sold them for a little bit. Obviously, that's been one of our things, is that I make all of our blanks, both for all the diamond painting pens and for our fountain pens. We occasionally use other blanks for like specialty stuff, but really we use all of my blanks. And because of that, for fountain pens, I don't know, I wanted what we were using to be not what everybody else is using, so I wasn't selling our blanks. And then I did for a little bit, and then I had one mean person on Etsy leave me a bad review on blanks that were on sale. And it's no one in the actual like maker community or anything. It was some random guy, and he wouldn't. I like messaged him. I'm like, well, what's wrong with him? And he never answered back. And then I took all blanks down and didn't sell them again. So it did hurt my feelings, and it solidified at the time that I didn't want to be, I don't know, a blank maker, blank seller. Sorry, there's 2 different views of the camera. Anyways, but I've come back around to deciding that something that I want to do, like for and with the community, is making blanks and selling bespoke blanks again. I haven't decided kind of what series is or whatever I'm going to start with. I have some blanks already that are ones that we brought to shows every time we go to pin shows, and we sell a few here and there from that. So I'm going to get those listed in the shop, in our regular Maverick pin shop at some point. Once I figure out in Shopify how to make a new tab kind of thing. Hi, people that are coming in. So this is actually John's stream. I am talking for the moment to his wife, Abby. Yeah, some people, and you know what? I don't know what he was making with them. I don't know if it was like the cost, or they were fine blanks. Because that's the other thing of being both makers of blanks and the final products, is we almost always test a batch of blanks, or John will turn them down or turn a pen from them, because we want to make sure that they're right. And I've been casting now for better part of 5 years, almost 6 years, I think is what we're getting close to. So yeah, I have my own style for blanks and stuff.
End of 2019 is when we started.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so a little over 5 years. But yeah, so y'all have to let me know what you want, because I want to make sure what I offer obviously isn't the same of what every other blank maker offers, or I don't know. I just want it to be my own thing. And I know that there can be like a shortage of options for fountain pen blanks within the fountain pen community, because there are kind of set blank makers that people go with and that they know. But yeah, there's some that I've been asked for many a time,
Hey, Truth.
and I'm
Haven't
deciding.
seen you here before. Sorry.
I said hi
off.
already. It's okay. But yeah, people ask for I sold pastel prism blanks for a bit, and that's what people keep asking me to make more of. And so I don't know if that's going to be the first thing that I put up or not. But yeah, like this one's from a brighter batch than these ones. These are, so this one's actually like a sparkle one. It's got the special sparkly in it. And then these two turned out with a lot more of the blue green than some of our other batches. But this one was like a more saturated purple. So yeah, these are some of my favorites.
Here's some other variations you've been trying
Yeah,
out.
well, these are more like over pory things. But I don't remember what this one was from. I guess it was from a sparkle. And then these are some cool squares. I wouldn't be selling squares. That's not my thing.
Blocks are another thing.
Yeah, I'm not doing that right now. But yeah, it would be, I don't know where these go. Here you go.
Oh.
It would be the standard bespoke rods.
Well, speaking of which, I do need another Southwestern or whatever that is.
It's Lucky Birthday.
That's what I said.
I am going to get to the point here, like, because we're 5 years in of making blanks and me naming blanks. There's going to eventually be a time where the names aren't going to be in my head anymore, because now still I pretty much, because we make new colorways and blanks every single week. And so that's a lot of weeks worth. Hello. I am chatting right now in John's stream before he starts turning, so he will get to turning. And I will.
Dad's here too.
Yeah, John's dad is doing drilling and some other stuff around the shop. But yeah, so I'll let you guys know when those are actually up on the shop, and probably be something that I pop in to ask for opinions on what people want to see. I've got to figure out, yeah, exactly how I'm gonna offer. I need to order boxes too, because my boxes are too short for blanks, because it's been a while since I've shipped blanks. But yeah, it's taken me a lot of years to come back around to making or selling whatever. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm going back then.
It's okay.
You tidied up your workshop and you were happy for about a day. Is that what you're saying?
John did just clean it yesterday, and today will be the first time working in here where he's put all.
That's hot.
You need milk.
No milk.
We got half and half and creamer. Anyways, so that John's working on, like I said, the shop pens, the collab pens, and then I'm working on some specialty fountain pens that will hopefully be launching in a few weeks ish, depending on how they go. And then he'll be doing diamond painting pens today. I will show you guys the blanks for this week. So these ones I've named Eclipse, and they're color shifty and have lots of sparkle, and I'm really happy with them. They're going to be super cool. I'm excited to see how the color shift looks once they're turned and sanded and all of that. My workshop is still in a mess after Sunday stream. You should clean that. John's pretty good about, once he turns anything, he vacuums and gets it all cleaned up before he like moves on to whatever he does next. Which is yay, good for him. I'm kind of a mess, but luckily mine's a very contained mess for sanding. And then I set up my sanding stuff, you know, the next time I need to like change the water and get new papers and stuff. Thank you, Lawrence. I'm glad you like them. I like them. I'm excited. Oh, thank you. I forgot about that. So there was.
I'm gonna cut.
Yeah. So was it this one? Okay, so here's an example of the outside of blank versus the finished product. So you can see that the way John cut this here, that this part is what was made into the body. This is where he took the section at the top and then the cap. And this section had a little bit of the like glitter pigment here that kind of, I guess, caused a problem. So he gave it a little accent ring. But because this is for a collaboration, it needs to have.
Can you show the accent ring?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. There. How about closer? There we go. So this was his fix, and we'll keep.
Should have done a different color.
Yeah. We'll keep this.
It was different when I started, and then it got thinner and.
Yeah. I wasn't here, or I would have picked one for you. But either way, we'll keep this section. It's always good to have extra, like, sections and pieces like that. But he's going to use one of these blanks to cut us a new section for that pen. But yeah, these are one of the ones that came with me to many a pen show. And we did realize, or at least I did, that at pen shows, now it's probably different for Mate or whatever that John went to, the Turner Expo. But at pen shows, makers aren't really going around shopping for blanks for the most part. So blanks, we'll bring some, but it's mostly going to be probably an online thing. Although I'll probably have some with me. I really like.
Here we are. Hop back over there. I'll show you this. This is cool.
John's showing you something, well, and then I'll finish mine. Oh yeah, he lasered. Put your hand behind it.
It'll focus.
There we go.
You can't see it through crap.
I can see it.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, well the camera's
focus.
I can't make it focus. So anyways, that's John was lasering the ebonite.
Well, you can laser ebonite.
And that's what we're going to do for our special pens that I haven't said anything else about. Anyways, blanks. I like bringing some of them to the show, even if people don't buy blanks for the show, so that people who don't watch any of the making of fountain pens, like people are just customers, I can be like, see, started as this, ended up as a pen. And
we thought about bringing the Alumilite jugs, but that might be too far back.
What? No. You just tell them it's...
Of where it's made, or how it's made.
You wouldn't bring the raw material. That doesn't even make sense. It's a bad joke. Anyways, I'm going to go back to what I need to do inside. And John is going to take his screen back and make pens. Have you tried to inlay that laser engraving?
Can neither deny nor confirm.
How do you even, like...
Maybe.
I don't know what I'm doing with the laser.
Some people don't want to hear it. However, someone else is going to do it anyways to see how well it goes.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He does. It's all right.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Yeah, man, I have not yet tried that. I did use some nail polish, though. Lawrence said bye-bye. He said take care. Okay. But yeah, not sure how well it's going to go because I got to see how deep I can actually laser into it and stuff. But yeah, that's that. Anywho, so my dad's actually here as well, and he's going to be kind of in the periphery of all of this. While I'm working, I'll have the main focus over there while I'm working on the caps. I have watched that bid. I've seen it. I synced it. You did it on wood though, didn't you? I think one of the problems is if I go too hot on the rubber, it'll start like bubbling. So I have to be patient and maybe like lower the power and increase the amount of time. So I'll have to play with those different settings. And if you're wondering, I use an X2L F1, the Gen 1, not the newer one's better, as it should be, but it can do metal a lot better. Yeah, I know it's pretty easy. But I showed you like on a cap, But what I'm actually thinking is I'm going to cut that into a band and have it be an accent ring on the other thing. But you know, you'll see what comes of that later on. Yeah, I do think that I am the text, or I think that it is deep enough. I just need to make sure that the particles will actually settle in to the recess there and then actually stay in place. Well, I mean, it is a whole thing. It's a whole thing. But yeah, it does. I'm pretty sure it's going to be fine. But a couple different ideas that we've got. So we're just trying out different ones and seeing how they go. And yeah, but I got my dad here. He's on the other side. On the other side, just hanging out back there. But he's working on the metal lathe. I'm working on the wood lathe here. So yeah, let's get to it. All right, pop that there. This is food. Okay, cool. Let's get to it. Ben, how was your stream? You're good. Whenever you want, you can come over and do whatever you got to do. What? Oh, okay. Positions, everybody. Let's see. A little of that, a little of this. Good. Cool. Oh, that's cool, man. No worries. I thought about trying to get my kid, my girl, into the Boy Scouts because of the good skill sets that you learn from that. Like the Girl Scouts is kind of useless in my opinion, as far as like social networking and stuff like that. But yeah, it didn't really seem like it was all that good, really. All right. This, you saw what I was going to be working on. Gotta get my collet here. But yeah. Made good progress on these pins, man. It's nice. And then as far as if you're gonna do shouldered pins, the number that I go for is a 1.4 to 1.6 millimeter difference between the barrel and the cap. So I find that shoulder, the entirety of the diameter, is just 1.4 to 1.6 millimeters larger from barrel to cap. And I do that because it's aesthetically appeasing to me. So that's why I do that. And then it gives me a guide too. So I'll measure the barrel with the calipers and then add 1.5 or so and then trim the cap down to that size. Some people were wondering about that. So there you go. That's what it is. Alrighty. But I also did some lathe maintenance too. Oh yeah? You got a pretty cool stream coming up? Nice, dude. You can walk by. It's gonna be like this like all day. Okay. But yeah, my dad, he finally caved. I was like, you gotta come over and try some of this stuff out, man. It's a good time. Finally got him. So that was pretty exciting. It's fun. And this is, you know, I guess a micro view of what I'd like to do moving forward. I'd like to have people in the shop working on various projects at different stages and stuff like that. Right on, buddy. Take care. I'll see you around. Have a wonderful day, sir. There's my dad. He's getting in the zone though, so I'm gonna have to not bother him. Sorry, let me find the. There. Where are we at? There you go. That's out of your way now. There you go. A CNC? No, it's just a DAD. Just a DAD. That was a joke. That was a joke. But no, not a CNC. Whoop! There we go. Okay. But no, he's working on a metal lathe right now. And then I'm working on a wood lathe. Minwax wood hardener. No. Let's see. Minwax. I will say I did use, we use a shellac for wood that we're going to do for wood that we're going to do like a hybrid blank, right? I don't have one handy, but a hybrid blank where it's wood and resin. We'll coat the surface of the wood, the textured surface of the wood, and what that will do is it'll kind of seal it. So any part that's coming in contact with the resin, you want to seal it. That way it doesn't off-gas into the resin. But this is wood that's already pretty dry, but not like spongy dry, if that makes sense. All of my pins are already measured out for what I need and marked for the shape that they're going to be. You saw we had 4 Marauders and 4 Guardians, so it'll be flat ends in cigar style. And then I'll have to remake another section, but I will end up doing that probably later on today after the well, we'll just see what happens. I don't know. This is weird looking. It actually, like, it was straight here, but then it bulged out right here. Weird. That's all right. So I need to measure that smallest part there. It doesn't look like anybody has used Minwax. Golly. 260, which is... Oh, perfect. All right, so the end of this one is already good. You have a piece of wood from an antebellum home. Huh, that's interesting. I hear you on that, wanting to stabilize it before turning that. I want to make all this uniform here. But yeah, I can see that. We're about a 0.5 millimeter off from back into top end, but that is okay because we're going to taper it anyways. But we will need to take just a bit more as well. But yeah, I just got back from a nice beach vacation. I even came home early because I had more stuff that I wanted to work on and stuff. You saw someone do what? YouTube use a handbrake bleeding pump. Huh. That's interesting. Right. Then this is the secret weapon here. Secret weapon. Not literally, but file, man. File. Files are in the computer. Just gonna try to get everything nice and uniform. The Minwax wood hardener. No, I haven't done that. I've only used shellac, but I haven't done any stabilizing, so there's also that. I'm pretty sure, what's his name? I think it might be Curtis from TurnTech. He's a wealth of knowledge when it comes to stabilizing. Yeah. Oh, my favorite part of this is the cap because that means that I am all done. Well, I'm done. Then it's going to go over to Abby. She's going to round just a slight knock off the corners of this. But yeah, there you go. There's one. I like the ratio here, you know. Hey, cool, man. You should definitely try it out. If it's something that you got at the forefront of your mind and you're thinking about it, might as well give it a go. If it doesn't work out, well, you learned something. Or it does work and you made something. It's a win-win. But yeah, man, that'll be fun. I think I'm going to need to trim it down just a bit more. Alright, so we're going to measure the part here, which is 14. Lovely. So we're going to 0, and then here should be 1.4. Or if it's not, it's actually twice the size it should be. Well, okay, not twice the size, but as far as this circumference I'm going for, it is, I need to cut half that measurement off. Okay. So we were at 1410, so this should be 16. Yeah, it should be 15. Take it off a little bit more. There we go. You might need to change shirts. This one's just showing how hot it is in here. What was that, 16? We need to go down another 0.5 millimeter. For 16, we're from 14 to 16. We're at 1. Yeah, I need to drop it another 0.5 mil total. Thought school was out, man. Why are we doing math? Yeah, these are going to be shop pins, which is pretty cool. If you are a maker and you do decent production stuff, take a look around your local area and see if there's any shops, you know, that is similar to what you're doing. So far, we haven't done a lot of work with this individual quite yet, but you know, it was really easy. We just went and talked to her a couple times, and she's the one that runs the store, or owns the store. And so we went there, and sure enough, she was interested in getting a set, which is cool. Alrighty. Look at that. Oh, see? I was actually a little nervous. I thought it was my calipers were like messing up, but they weren't. Just trust your equipment. Alright, so here is how we're going to do it. You do this, measure it, 0, open it 1.5. Okay. Now, this needs to be that. So, it's just another way, I suppose, you can use the calipers. It's not a, I guess, a well-advertised way. Closest club is 5 hours away. Oh, I didn't mean a turning club. That's like going into a pin makers group trying to sell pins. Not going to work very well. But as far as shops go, if there is like a shop that has like stationery or something like that, you know. So like a retail store, but then putting your own stuff in it. But see, sometimes when I think about that, something that comes to mind is like, well, what if you're successful? What if you're super successful and everybody wants your stuff? So a part of me thinks that people don't really think about success. It's like, well, what do you do if you're successful? So many people are like, I don't want to try, or I don't know if I want to do this or whatever, because they might fail. But other people, I suppose, think about, well, what if I'm successful? Yeah, I was excited. It's like, man, this is so, it's fun. You get to work with your hands. But yeah, man, I appreciate it. It is awesome to have him here working on stuff. Eventually he'll know how to make a pin from start to finish. He's getting repetitions with drilling right now. So it's pretty awesome. Fortunate. Anybody else turn with their, or do any projects with their dad, or remember doing some cool projects with their dad? My dad and I used to ride dirt bikes all the time. But you know. Let's see where we're at here. Oh, I appreciate it. Yeah, it's, if I gave him a mic, I wouldn't be able to hear him saying anything or talking. So that's why he doesn't have a mic. Well, part of the reason he doesn't have a mic. The other is he's still getting a grasp of what he's doing. Hey, how you doing? Back? I'm not sure that symbol. He was gone a lot. Yeah, that makes it hard. Here, what is this? That's yeah, I was in the Air Force, and you know it takes you away a lot. So I spent about 11 years in the Air Force, and then I wanted to spend time with the kids. So a little change of pace there. Yeah, man, how cool would it be to have like a Maverick workshop, and then like you got different workshop spaces, and then you got like a camera that can like pivot around and see what other people are working on and stuff like that, man. That just sounds neat to me. So that is kind of one of my longer term goals, I suppose, is have the space for having people over and working on whatever they want to. But, you know, because they want to, not because they would need to. Yeah, idle hands, idle mind. At least that's how it is for me. A lot of people know that I'm pretty bad at taking vacations. I don't relax very well. Right. Hope and pray we're safe from riots. Oh man, there are riots going on. Aziz, how are you? I haven't seen you around here. Welcome to the stream, man. Working on some pin caps. But yeah, no riots here. I don't. I'll chill on the home front, I suppose. Okay. No, it'll be so in LA, huh? I'll be honest, I haven't looked at. I've had my head in the sand for a little while. We'll say that. I haven't looked up at those things in a while. That's crazy. Yeah, I hope everybody's safe from whatever's happening. Uh-oh, is that a bubble? Yeah, it is. And there's a bubble. Okay. Yeah. Shoot. Abby's gonna be going to San Fran. So, 15.4, 15.5. Yeah, I haven't, jeez, I lost my train of thought, sorry. Some crazy stuff going on, I guess. It almost always seems that way, doesn't it? You know, heaven forbid, not just heaven from the south, but an expression, heaven forbid. But yeah, maybe. All right, give me an honest opinion on this. Honest opinion. If the news only shared good stuff, only positive things, what would that do? What kind of effect do you think that would have if news outlets only shared like one where that dude trained with his that dad trained with his son for him to do like the triathlon or something like that, and the guy was in a wheelchair and he pushed him the whole time. It was crazy, but like that was his dream, and so the guy, he spent forever training up. But most people probably didn't hear about that story. No, you hear about all other kinds of stuff that's like, well, man, make me feel good. Let me feel good. I don't feel bad. Oh, you like seeing them? Like seeing me make them like this? Fortunately, I still have a little bit to go. But I don't know, man. I don't get wrapped up on the news. It's biased one way or the other. So I just find myself in just hanging out with other wood turners that don't really think a whole lot about politics, I guess. But you could talk about it all you want to. It's just not going to change anything. Well, unless you have a whole lot of pull. But I think it'd be good. Yeah. That spot right there, man. Good thing I got a couple other blanks, because I might have to not use this one. So if you don't know already, the way that you get bubbles, or the way that Abby gets bubbles, I'll say, I don't get any because I don't do it. But the way that she gets bubbles is because she is getting the resin nice and hot, so these colors aren't blending together as much. In the biz, we call that color separation. But yeah, call it color separation, but it is one of those things that you have to be, you know, pretty efficient when it comes to the time to pouring and everything. So some people, sometimes you can take a little longer than you anticipate, and if the temperature is hot too, and you know, all the kinds environmental considerations as well. All right, I saved the Guardians for after I was warmed up a bit. This one likes to be a little, I don't know. Sometimes my eyes just get almost crossed. Oh gosh, what's happening? I gotta get my measurement right quick. So all these should be about 14 to 14 and a quarter. Yeah, see? About 14 to 14 and a quarter. So, oh. Whoop, crap. You'd rather watch YouTube? Yeah, man. I play video games here and there too. Yeah, it's a nice change of pace. Taking my time at the base because that's where I'm getting the rest of the measurement from, the kind of my guide. The last little bit was sandpaper. Now I need to level the rest of it all together. I'd like to see cat like a snake skin. You mean like actual snake skin and sleeving it? Or putting snake skin around it? Or you want just like the look of snake skin, because Juma actually looks like snake skin, or has some that look like snake skin, let's say. Hopefully nobody was waiting for my rest of my pin making series. Oh, cool. So just the end caps, like the cap or the finial? I'm sorry. I want to know. I want to know that we're on the same page. Hey, how you doing? Hope you're doing well today. All right, a little sand in here. A little bit of shaping. Sorry. Gotcha. Yeah, man, that'd be pretty cool. I think it would be really, really easy to do. Basically, you would just need the snake skin. Like, I can get a piece of leather and basically show you what I would do. But yeah, I would get like a sheet of paper or skin or whatever, and then you would just punch it. You can use like a hole puncher because that stuff's pretty thin, and probably get away without damaging or marring any of the surface that you want to show off. You have a recess on the flat top, and then let's see. Yeah, then you put it in there recessed, and then boom, good to go. Ooh. Let's see how this one's looking. Might be a little bit thick still. We'll see. Oh no, that's perfect. Oh my goodness. Oh, sorry. Bam, bam. All right, so got a few more here. But yeah, man, that would be pretty cool. It would be, for sure. You're not good with calipers? I'm not either. I'm not good with measurements, actually. Like remembering all the fractions and stuff like that. My method of discovery is more like measure and then trial and error. A little bit of measuring and then trial and error. And you know, part of that is because too, so let's say that you wanted to make a hole for an M13 tap and die, or tap. If you just went to like 13, that wouldn't work. But then if you drilled, so this is an M13 by 0.8, and so if you drilled with a 12.2 drill bit, that also wouldn't work because it would be too tight because of the material and that it expands when it gets hot. So if it is a static, like a very rigid material, hard material, it'll take the drill bit and then it'll make its hole. But you might have experienced this on some pin kits too, where when you drill out the wood with the exact size and then you try to put the brass tube inside, it's really tight. And it's not because the drill bit was the wrong size necessarily, it's because of what the wood does as well. So you'll just have to kind of troubleshoot if you're having those kind of issues. You'll have to kind of diagnose whether it's you're spinning it too fast, the drill bit's not the right size, you need to bump it up a little bit, you need to drop it down a little bit. There's a lot of little nuances that you could do. Yeah, I have too. Those are the two-step castings. But yeah, it is pretty cool. Hey, how you doing? 27. But yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Although I will say that would be a very different genre of pins that I make. Yeah. Sir Rube, this is a easy question. Someone wants to learn to turn Kitless pins. Start with single start. That's what you do. And then you can do metric or imperial. It doesn't matter. If you go to Harbor Freight or whatever your hardware store is, you can find a tap and die set. So you can use like 13 millimeter and 9 millimeter, or 13 millimeter and 10 millimeter, or you could even use a half inch and a 3/8 inch. So it's really easy. So as far as investment goes, depending on what you already have, man. But if you were like brand spanking new, starting with nothing, you should take a look at your space and see how much space that you got. That would be the first thing I would do. And then prioritize which machines, because if you do have a lathe, you're also going to probably want a bandsaw, and those are pretty cheap too. You don't need a big one. So I guess nowadays, if lathe was 500, the turning tool, you can get them for like 20 bucks to 50 bucks or so. You're gonna need a jaws. You won't even need a mandrel, because you can make those. So all in, you're looking at less than $1,000. I would say you could, yeah, for sure. But depending on what your budget is and what you want to do, and I'd say that you can, all that stuff too, you could probably get it for like half if you were willing to go second hand. But yeah, single start is the most the best way to practice, I would say. But less than 1,000 for sure. If I was to do it over again, I think I could probably start making pins at $15. Depending on what kind of finishing you want to do too, man. It really is a lot of things. So if you're just looking to be able to make a pin, you'll go third hand too. Right on. But I would say that it's not hard. It's really one of those things you have to break down the process, think about what it is that you're doing, and then know how the material behaves when you're doing those different operations. And everybody gets so wrapped up on the triple start, which I do think that is a great place to end up. But I don't think that I really don't think you should start there, I'll be honest, because you don't even know if you're going to like it, and you might be spending like, you know, $250 to $300 for a set of taps and die just for that. Like this, sorry. The way that I make this and this is with the $250 or $300 component, and you know that's a lot of money for a lot of people. So, I mean, it's a lot of money to me too. Don't get me wrong, that's a lot of money because here, I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Here we go. So this and this right here, the tap and die, this is about $300. These two things right here combined. So about $250 to $300 is how much this is. And then when you think about it, like, you know, that's like how much my lathe cost almost. But I think if you start thinking about it that way, you're going to derail yourself. So there's a lot of nuance to saying that. So really long-winded answer, which is on theme for me, I guess. Maybe not everybody's used to that. But yeah, I actually have a single start bespoke pin making. I thought I made it. I thought I made a video of it. It's a single start bespoke pin that I made on stream, and I think it's still there, but it was this one, and I didn't put much of anything into the finish, but I started with a diamond cast. Single start, it'll line up on itself every single time. So if I was learning how to do it and I only had single start, I would consider capitalizing on that particular thing. Meaning, if you wanted the blank to line up perfectly, you can make that happen. But this is one of the drawbacks of it, is how large the threads are. And then also the amount of rotations it takes. So 4 rotations, which isn't a huge deal. And you can also adjust the tenon size to be just like 1 rotation. But a lot of interesting ways to think about it, avenues to do it. But Just keep an eye out for my series, my pen series that I'm making, and it'll guide you through pretty much everything that you'll need to know. And I know I use a metal lathe on it, but you can replace those jaws with a regular like Nova chuck. I don't have one, but as long as you don't let go of the material, then you'll be fine. You need to get the precision part done. Sorry, what's up? Let's see. Very informative. I appreciate it, man. All the materials needed to turn ebonite the same as the one I use for acrylic. So I don't use acrylic. I use resin. Yeah. But we'll just say that that's what you were talking about. Yes, I do the same tools, the same process, the same everything, because I like a skeleton. I like a skeleton key. You know, I want all of the. I want my process to be streamlined and functional for all the things that I can work on. And so that was one of my big things, is that I had to continue refining my process over and over again, because I learned by myself. Yeah. But if you really wanted like a one-on-one something, we can put something like that together. Yeah, check out the link tree. We could potentially get something like that going. Yeah, Lawrence, that's good advice too, man. Is when buying a lathe, that's what I'll do, or that's what I would recommend rather. If you are going to get a brand new lathe, I would recommend, if you are interested in making pins and you're looking at one of those tiny little guys, I would consider not going that route, because you're going to be kind of pigeonholed to making really small things only. Now this lathe is a 1221, and so I can make a bowl or a plate or something as well if I wanted to. And then I also like the amount of space I have on the ways. You can see that I kind of use it over here. Sorry. I was going to show you, but I got other tools on the side there, and so I like that. But if you were rocking the 1015 or whatever, the Jet 1015, that'd be pretty small, especially when you're doing pins. So you can see that this mandrel sticks pretty far out. And the other thing about that is, if I'm going to do drilling on this, let me just show you so I can illustrate my point here. So this isn't the normal Jacob chuck I use, but this will serve its purpose. And then I've got this. So you can see that space fills up very fast on the lathe, because this, excuse me, there's a yardstick here. There we go. So the spindle bore is about here, which makes the collet itself about 2 inches, and then the mandrel makes it about 4.5 inches. And now this is 8.5 inches. So let's see, 4.5, 8.5, 9, 13 inches. 13 inches already is taken away. So I could have done that differently. So that's another consideration most people don't think about when they're going. They're like, oh, 15 inches between centers? Yeah, that's pretty good. I can fit a pin in that. Well, you can fit a pin in there, but can you fit all the other stuff to make it in there? So that is what I would, you know, factor in. So, and for the record, I have not had any problems with the 21-inch bed. So it's possible I could go shorter, but I'm not going to. A 10 by 18, that's not bad. That's not bad. That you should be able to accomplish all that stuff in there. And then worst case, you have to get shorter drill bits, which I wouldn't say is a showstopper, because you saw how far out that drill bit stuck. I obviously don't need it to stick out that far. I just need that one to stick out maybe 2 inches. So it's just something to consider, you know. All right, back to here. Getting these pins. Hey, man, I appreciate that. I'm glad. I mean, that's kind of why there are people in those wheelhouses, you know. So, and you know, giving back to the community and you know, trying to be an asset or contributor to the community is my goal, you know. I love turning. So, I'm glad you found that useful. But yeah, everything that I learned, you know, I looked it all up myself, and I mean, one of my favorite, well, two of my favorite is Worth the Effort, and then I like RJB. I like both of those channels. I'd say Worth the Effort is what really got me into a comfortable position to start turning myself. Yeah, I binge watched that stuff. Okay. Yeah, man, I'm glad you found it useful. That's the point of my streams is like I try to just, if nobody's really asking me any questions, I'll just ramble about different things. And then it'll remind me of something that I had trouble with, that I had to work through, that I can make it easier for somebody else. Lawrence, you also have a Barracuda 2-chuck, okay? A little cheaper. I mean, really, you can use it. If you have something that'll hold it, I'm telling you, it's, once you know the concepts behind what it is that you're doing, I can actually make most of a pin from a square and have it be almost completed as a square, because it doesn't matter as long as you understand some of the I hesitate to call them laws, but there are some truths that you have to just accept that that's how it is. Okay, so an example would be this. Well, actually on the body. So on the barrel of the pin, it's not entirely supported on the inside, believe it or not. When I'm turning the barrel of the pin, let me see. So when I'm turning the barrel of the pin, my hole that I made is actually deeper than the mandrel itself. So it's actually kind of floating on the inside, and it may surprise you to know that what's actually keeping the pin in place is this part right here. So it's trying to thread more, but it's obviously stopping because it won't go over that shoulder on the brass. But if I want to, I could flex this. I could put my finger down here, and then I can pull the top of the pin, and it'll touch the mandrel. So if I was to turn this, and it wasn't supported, then it's going to kind of do like this number right here. And it will not be drastic, but it will make it so you're never flat. It'll make it so you're offset every time if you're not supporting it until the very end. Anyway, I'm sorry, I rambled a bit. But I suppose that's what I do, huh? Yeah. You also use your lathe to drill blanks? Right on. Your pins are great, but you still want to make dip pins the traditional way. It's funny you say that. Have you seen, yeah, that's what I was about to say. So, funny story about that, if you got the time. So I messaged, I forgot his name, but I was going to go there and actually do his class. And then I was thinking about doing it remotely because I would like to know if he has, you know, ways that I haven't thought of or ways that I don't do it that maybe I should try out. You know, kind of like trying to combine different ideas and stuff like that. But yeah, I was about to go on a trip to learn from him in person. Now I'll probably still do that. It's just a little bit of a drive for me. But yeah, I'd love to work with or learn from him. He makes a lot of oblique pins. Very nice wood pins. But yeah, you could just get some feathers, man. Get you some, Lawrence, go get you some feathers, and then I think all you really need from there is a knife and then a little bit of abrasive paper or sandpaper in order to you know, kind of shape the nib. I'm pretty sure you could just swipe it and then you split it so the ink would come through. But as far as it absorbing up into the pin, I think bamboo would just naturally absorb. So you want to make them from wood? Well, that's not the traditional way. They used to make them from like feathers and bamboo. I guess how traditional we going? I guess that's where we should have had, you know, began there. You need that? Okay. Alright. Still need to trim it down a bit. But yeah, I hear you on that. I'd like to make them from wood as well. So eventually I will do that. But yeah, he's been on my radar. I've actually talked to him already. Because we were trying to do it before, but our schedules didn't line up. And then we had pin shows and other stuff coming right after, so I wasn't able to do that. You can get turkey feathers? Right on, man. Sounds like you got a new business. I bet people would buy it. A lot of people like stuff like that. For example, here's another good example. If you were into glass, somebody that went to I think they went to the DC show or maybe the San Francisco show, but she had been making glass dip nibs for a little while, and then as soon as, you know, her store opened, or her as the doors opened, she sold out of all of her glass dip nibs. So pretty interesting opportunity there, I'd say. And then, if you don't already know, this file here I'm using it as like a surface unifier. So basically, the surface needs to be flat, and this is pointing out all the places that it's not flat and making it that way. So you can kind of see the grooves that we've got here. Right here and right here, especially right there and right there. You can see those white lines. It means that those are a little lower than the outer part. And they're lines because of my file, so when you're using a file, you also need to make sure that you leave a little bit of room for extra smoothing if you happen to get it, you gouge it or something. You seen people make nibs from from aluminum drink cans? Heck yeah. That's awesome. Might as well, if you can. I've been working on, well, I've been learning rather, about the different types of nib grinds, and kind of reluctant to even try doing some of them because I don't want to mess up my nibs, you know? But it's simple. You just don't mess them up. Problem solved. You don't want to mess them up? Don't mess it up. That's it. It's like one of my instructors when we were doing some training. It's like, well, if you want to be faster, run faster. Sometimes the simplest answer is the most straightforward one. And that's the best one. You want to get better at running? Well, you don't go swimming. You just run. Oh, got it. We got one more. But yeah, that's pretty cool. Made them from aluminum drink cans. It's crazy. I've seen people do accent rings with Coke. Not exclusively Coke, right? I've seen people do accent rings with different types of metals like that. So you can use it as like a hole punch, and then you punch it to the size that you want or need it to be. And then, let's see, what is he on that? Yeah, and then you sandwich that material in between two parts, and then you have an accent ring. Yeah. He's a Suzu. Is he Japanese? Is that Japanese? But yeah, I don't know if I've seen that particular one, but yeah, there are some really, really impressive people. Conversely, there are really unimpressive people that made really good videos. And so, can't be mad at them for making really good videos. Oh, he is Japanese, right on. That's on my bucket list. Go to Japan and meet some fountain pen makers. I've just always loved that part about Japan, how they're not in it to be like bang out as many as you can. At least the artisans aren't, you know. Now I understand that there's a production element of it, but it's just pretty cool that they are the masters. So that's why I would want to go learn from them. Honestly, yeah. Okay, so I have seen that. I think it's called Masters of the Fountain Pen or something like that, is what that video is called at least. But yeah, the threading, I would say, is the most impressive part about that. You'd like a pen lathe? Oh, I don't know if you would, man. When I went to the Renaissance Festival, I saw somebody in like a little trade area that they had a lathe that was, I think, yeah, it was foot powered. So you push it down and it flexes a tree branch or a branch that you hook the wire or the rope to. Yeah. So there would be a branch up high, and then it would have a string on it with a notch, and then it would come down, and it would be wrapped around the spindle, and then it would go all the way down to like your foot. And so when you push it down, it would cause the tree to flex and the spindle to rotate, but the spring or the tree would cause it to spring back up. So pretty cool. Yeah. But there actually is a place that you can go and they'll teach you how to make one. I haven't been into that quite yet. Yeah, spring pole. I couldn't remember that. Okay, let me measure here. Almost. But yes, you were right. It is a spring pole lathe. And if you were wondering how fast I am spinning this, basically I'm using this as sandpaper. So whatever speed you sand at, you can use it at that speed. So I sand typically, if I ever sand, right? I don't sand very often. But if I do, I'm going to be turning it at about 700 is the speed I will be at. So if it's too fast, it won't work right, because you'll only be getting those high spots and then it'll be knocking. And so what will end up happening if you're turning too fast, it'll cause a little bit of centrifugal in the middle, and so it's going to be a little wonky. Hey there, how you doing? Yeah, I'm sorry with names. Not very good at names. Well, but I haven't seen you here. How are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. And a good summer, of course. See, this that I just did, you shouldn't do that, because if this was a little out of round, it's going to hit that one spot because I don't have it supported anymore. But the way that I'm going to mitigate that is I'm going to use this, and I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure into it, and then just take the little tip off. But I don't actually need to. I'm just doing it for the sake of showing. So a little bit of pressure, right it into the middle. But otherwise it could be handled with sandpaper. Now let's see how this looks. There we go. Let's see, here we go. Got all these done. And alrighty, here we go. There we go. So this is what we were working on. So this is basically a trial batch to see how well it goes. Hey, how you doing, Marcos? So we got one of each color and then style. So we'll see how well they go, or they do in their shop. Boom. Okay, now I need to, let's see. Hey, thanks, Lawrence. Yeah, if y'all hit that thumbs up, man, I'd appreciate it. I turn pins, man. You come here, you're going to get pin turning. Or turning. Or rambling. You might get rambling. But it is what it is. I don't just ramble to ramble. I ramble to cauterize the points that I'm making. If I'm talking about it, there's a good chance I've spent a long time thinking about it. And if I haven't, I will straight up say, I haven't thought much about that. So, and I also like learning stuff, so I think that that's another good thing if I was to sell myself. Anyway, so I guess I can show you right quick what I was talking about while I make this section. I'm going that way. Sorry. I'm going right there. All right. What are the odds, huh? Okay. Well, I reckon y'all will get to see a section made at least. One of the sections I made had a bubble in it initially. And so I tried to trim it down and give it a little accent ring, but it didn't go quite as well. It went as planned. It's just that the color was light, and it doesn't really look like an accent band. That's why we hit the gym, fellas. Golly. But yes, I won't be using a collet here. I'm going to be using a 4-jaw chuck. And so you'll be able to see what I was talking about. That you can make it from whatever. And I think it's important to point out that even if your blank is completely turned cylindrical or casted cylindrically, there's going to be surface imperfections still. So it's not really going to matter that much whether you're doing like a square or you're doing a square or an out of round rod. So the surface imperfections on these rods are hard to tell, but you can see because it was made with a 3D printer in the first place, right? So people, they make the molds and they have a 3D printer, and then from the 3D printer, they'll basically make this shape on a platform, and then they will have it set, and then they'll pour silicone inside, and then once the silicone cures, you can take it out, and then you have the cavities, is what it's called, for the blanks. So that's how that works. And all that just to say that surface imperfections are not showstoppers, but they do require a little bit of a different approach, we'll say. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be relatively sloppy on purpose. Just so you can kind of see that it doesn't matter as long as you follow more or less the rules of it, then it won't really matter. So I have to cut this. Oops, should have put that on yet. Keep the live center on. And then I'm just going to go in. I didn't do a center start. I didn't do anything. You can see that it's pretty out of round, right? So we're going to try and get it a little bit better, right? But it doesn't have to be perfect, because if it was too perfect, it wouldn't be right, you know? Right for the demonstration purposes. Okay, so here we go. You can see it's a little out of round, so we're going to hope that, you know, I don't make a butt of myself here. Okay, so about 1.5 inches is all I really need. So we're going to go to 1 1/4 here. And give myself a little bit more because I'm going to be a little wonky. So there. Grab this little guy here, and we're going to mark it a little bit beyond my initial measurement. So you can see we're being relatively sloppy. I just needed 1.5 inches, and I didn't even really need to use calipers, but I did. So I'm going to use a parting tool, and we can see the line. I can. You might not be able to, but here you go. It's going to be right here. And if you didn't know, this is how turning works. It just spins a lot faster. Okay, I'm going to back up my live center just a little bit. That way I don't have so much pressure on it. Alright, cool. Alright. So you can see we're pretty ugly. It's really ugly, actually. But that's okay. It's alright. No problem. Because everybody's like, oh, you're on a metal lathe, that's precision, and this and that. Okay, well, let me show you how to be sloppy and still be good. Okay, here you go. Check it. All I did was put that in there, right? I didn't do anything else except cut it off, right? So, put that there. I need to cut that nipple off and make it all straight and flat. So, get rid of that. Still do a little pressure, and then just clean up the surface. Boom. A little bit more. I'm spinning a lot faster than I need to, but that's okay. Okay, perfect. Now this is where I would say a wood lathe has an advantage, because I think it's a little easier to do this part with a wood lathe than a metal lathe, but, you know, to each their own. So this surface is still nice and squared. I just need my Jacob's chuck here. And then I need all my drill bits. Alright, here is the section drill bits here. We're not going to be using all of them, but all these are for section. Joe 06 specifically, actually, too. Alright, so we're going to do it one at a time here, instead of just crushing it. Alright, so this is a 7mm drill bit, and we need to go all the way through with this guy. And we're going to turn it back down to a little bit faster than sanding speed, but not quite. I guess between 7 and 800, maybe 900, 7 to 9. And we're going all the way through. Boom. Okay, reset that. Got to swap drill bits. And this is also why I suggest the Jacob's chuck that doesn't use this key. It's nicer to have one with the hand, just the hand tension system. So this is, let's see. To give you an orientation, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that before. We're working from the back end of the section. So this is going to have the tenon on this side. And what I'm doing now is I'm creating an opening for the converter. So the converter will sit in the back of the section, right? It sits just like this. Whoop. You can see that. See that it fits like that. So this metal band right here is what I have to create the space for with this drill bit. This piece right here has got the threads on it as well, and I just used a 7mm drill bit. So 7mm drill bit, and you'll see what happens once we get a little bit further. And this does not take off very much at all. So that's pretty convenient. It's still fitted, I would say. So, and then what is this? 9:30 seconds, if you were interested in knowing that part. Okay. This is where it might blow your mind a little bit. This is a plug cutter at 3/8. So 3/8 is like, what is it, 9 point something, which is perfect. So get my guide, pop that back. It won't let me cheat. Okay, it's good for that right now. From here, we're kind of doing this by eyeball measurements, by the way. I don't know if you've noticed that yet, but we kind of are. However, we know, here's some things that we know. How big is your carbide? So this carbide square is 10, and we want less than 7. So I have a little notch at the 6 mark you might not be able to see it on camera, but it's right there at the tip of the carbide. So I can see it. You might not be able to, so I will show you. This is also a way that you can do this if you wanted to. This is how I do that. So check it out. You want to be going fast enough, right? So take your time. Don't take a big old bite, and go nice and slow. You don't want to push into that, so take your time. Okay, so we've reached the base of where I use the plug cutter, right? So what we need to do is we need to go in a little bit more. And we've got our measurement already on our tool, right? It's going to go straight in, make everything pretty uniform. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Perfect. Now you're going to want to measure it, and depending on what drill bit you're doing, you know, you'll just take the major, subtract it by the minor, and then you got what you need. I don't know the exact millimeter size for a 3/8, but all right, here. This is the secret sauce right here. You ready for it? This is the secret sauce. Do not take this out until you already thread it and everything. Because from this point, you're not going to move this. Right? Just don't. You will pull your hair out trying to figure out why it's offset, and that's why. You moved it. So don't move it. So we'll come in here. Boom. We've reached where we're going to stop. I also don't mind this spinning on its own. Then you go back nice and easy. Perfect. So, this is where people would mess it up. So they wouldn't do this, and or they would flip it around and then just continue. That's not going to work. Once you take this out, it will not go back in the same way again. Okay? Now that I've emphasized that many times. So y'all remember it was really wonky, right? You can see that it probably still is. It's too close to the jaws. It's not super bad. But what we're going to do is we're going to make it even better. So you take a mandrel that you have previously made, or you can make another mandrel. All you need to do is create the basically recess for the threads that you're using. So these are M10 by 1, and it's going to go right into here. Right? Now, I know that this is perfectly flat and centered, but this is not. Because I made it, and I trimmed it, and I've used it many a times in the collet. So, here we go. What we're going to do is we're going to save some of the other stuff for the very end. Because all we want to do right now is drill, because we don't want to face it. If you think about facing it, you could, but you run the risk of breaking it, because what's going to happen is this is going to start catching, right? But you only have a very small tenon and just a little bit of material holding it. So you don't want to run the risk of breaking it like that. So what we're going to do touch it, back it off, in. Maybe we'll backtrack a little bit. But the only reason is for the last little bit. So take your time, do nice little bites if you're gonna. All I'm trying to do is get it flat. And then my grip section is going to be 25 millimeter. Oh, look at that! Ooh, we are right where we want to be anyway. Perfect. I mean, of course we are. There. Whoop. We'll drop the speed a bit. Alright, so this is basically creating that other side of the larger part here of the nib. This part here, all of this space here, from here to here, is the measurement that I'm going off of. Don't look at the number. I don't know if that number is accurate or not. But yeah, that's what you're going for. So this is that. Whoop. But we're going to bring it in just a bit more. Whoop. Get that out of here. Okay, so you saw that piece for that. Now this piece is also for the section, right? And it's specifically for this right here. So this little spot right there, you can see how it's got a little shoulder. And it's not 129 millimeters, so. So this just needs to go in just a little bit. And I've got it measured to where it's just slightly less than what I've got the stock collar at. Boom. And then the other thing that I like to do for this particular thing is I like to get a step drill bit. I rearranged my garage a little yesterday, so I'm gonna find it. All right. I have one more place I'll look, and then if not, I won't worry about it. So this can serve the same purpose, but it won't. Anywho, all right, here we go. So I'm about to do just a little bit of a bevel on the inside right here, because I just want to make it very, very light, just a tiny little bit, and because of this little spot at the top of the collar, at the very top of the collar, I want to make sure that it is flush with the section. So that's what I'll do, is come in here, lock it in, and I'll be nice and gentle with it. You definitely want to be slow. You don't want vibrations on it. So nice and easy. Go until you hear it smooth. Okay, there we go. Like I said, just a tiny little bit. You only want it to recess a bit. Now, the last bit rather, is this is the JOA #6 threads. And so they're, what are they? 7.4-5. So these, I'm not entirely sure the specifics about those threads, but a 7mm drill bit will work. So they're a 1/2 mil, small, very, very small. And then I'm going to back up the banjo because I'm just going to let it take it to show you kind of how durable it actually is. So make sure that your banjo isn't going to get hit if the tailstock comes forward. So here we go. Turn it down a bit. And all we're going to do is go in. It's going to catch. I'll turn it off or flip it in reverse, and then we'll go backwards. Here we go. In. Back out. Give it a little pressure, and it's out. So make sure you make your lathe go back forward. Then test fit. Whoop. Then you test fit. This thing, that bit is off. See, I thought it was a little large, but I think I messed up. Y'all. I think I ended up drilling too far. I thought it looked wrong, but that's okay. We'll just have a small section here for a minute, or we get to see the whole process again. I can tell you exactly where I think it was messed up. Okay. So I'm just supporting it because I am going to actually take it down a bit. There. Now I don't need to support that anymore. Then you'll be able to see there. Okay, see, I boogered up. That particular thing here. So this was too long. It needs to be there. But it's not. This must have been for something else. That's awkward. Awkward! Alright, so we're going to work through it. Anyway, this one is getting out of here, man. Anyway, we were turning true and everything. We'll come back to it. We'll make a little shorty out of it. No problem. So, instead of me talking through everything, I'm kind of just going to do it this time. That way we can get back to where we were before we were rudely interrupted by mistakes. Alright, we're going to go off of this side again. Oops. What is it? 25, 32, 30. Sure. That'll work. Oh. Yes, I could go to the bandsaw. But what if you don't have a bandsaw? Alright, we're going to turn it off. It's going to settle. It took a while to settle though. Good enough. Hey! You're better at pin making? Oh man, I don't know about that. I think we just proved that that was not the case, huh? What do you think? We just proved that I don't know what the hell I'm doing. That's not what you want. Guess gotta use the key. It's not letting me be very sloppy today, is it? Get through. There we go. Ooh. Ugh. Here we go. All right, 7mm, 9/32 drill bit. We're still doing it the same way we did it before. Nah. I'm not used to using the key one, man. Alrighty. Again, here we go. We got this. This is a plug cutter again. You don't want to leave the cutter there because it generates heat super fast. A lot of heat really fast. So just be aware of that. Then I got my mark. Okay. Go. And then from here, just a second. Let me grab some sand. Oop, there we go. Just to smooth out some of the surfaces here, you know. There we go. Let's see. You were told if you're not messing up, you're not doing anything. Is that something I said? Is that something that I also am on board with? Now we got to do this again. 25. There we go. About that. Perfect. So I'm gonna need to trim this down a bit. So there's our mark here, and I need to go ahead and trim it down to that size. Because, man, Lawrence, I was like, that sounds really familiar. I think I may have said that. Because, yeah. I mean, I think that that's true. However, I shouldn't have messed that up. I even looked at it and was like, that looks weird. But I didn't do anything about it, so here we are, making another section. Okay. What? Careful. Perfect. Okay. So the exact spot I messed up before was this part here. So I shouldn't have exceeded this line right there. So we're looking specifically at this here. And that is what we're going off of. And I even measured it and looked at it. It was like, okay. So you can see that this line is there and this is here, and the actual shoulder stops at the other side. So we're going to use the same bit again. We're just not going to go as deep as before. And we're going to lower the speed too. Okay, there we go. We're the correct size, correct measurement. I just need to make sure we gotta go to the right depth and not screw it up again. Okay, here we go. Not all the way. That looks about good. I'd rather do a little less than not enough, because we can adjust that easier. And then the same piece here is for the same purpose. Here we go. Nice. And I leave myself a little space. Cool. And then lastly, I'm going to slow the speed way down again. And we're going to reach ramming speed. And then we're going to reverse it. Ramming speed! Yoink. To right there. Cool. We'll go back the other way and see. Okay, there we go. That's what we wanted. I didn't do that last time. Lawrence was watching me, and it made me nervous. So we're going to come in here, and we're going to trim it back just a tad. With a little bit more speed here. And make sure you're only doing a very, very tiny part, because this is not supported. And the reason is to make sure that it fits flat and flush, like that. So, there you go. Now you can see, I broke the heck out of this nib, by the way. But all we're looking at is this black shiny part being flush with the actual blank itself. That's what I am looking at. So we're good now. And the other one's not. But whatever. Whatever. Okay. So since we're here, you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna leave it like that, and I'm gonna finish turning it. Because normally I would put it in a collet, and then this would be in a collet as well. However, I guess to illustrate the point that you don't need that, I should stay with where I'm at, and then show you what it looks like on the pin. Again, this is single start, so it won't matter what position it's in. It'll always thread to the same position that it was before. And then we're going to drop it down to 12 millimeter. That way it fits inside of the cap. Because the cap is drilled out to about 12.5 millimeter. Around 12.5 to 12 and 12.7. Somewhere around there is about the size, the internal diameter is. So the section itself is going to be just under 12 here. And I just like making it uniform, like pretty much uniform all the way before shaping. So we're cutting faster than it was able to. Very similar to the way that I had little, I guess, memory joggers or reference marks. My gosh, sorry about that. Reference marks. Basically down here, the smaller part of that is where I need to take the section before I need to start measuring and dialing it in. So I'll be just larger than it, and then we'll move from there. Hey, how you doing? Hope you're doing well today. Good to see you here. Thanks for joining me. I had to remake a section for a fountain pen. I broke it. Well, I didn't break it. I drilled too far and then I had to shorten it. Then it makes it not the right size and I started over again. Yeah, I will say that sections can be tough to make because of all the different things that go with them. And then the other thing about it too is it's pretty thin, right? So if you try to do something and it makes it hot, it's going to get softer, and you don't want that. You don't want it to be softer if you can help it, because obviously it won't cut as well, or it won't hold its shape as well. So being patient and not heating it up too much is the way to go. So we're going to do a normal rips here. Okay, good. We're good there. I'm okay with being just a tiny bit larger on the back end, and I'll show you why here in just a second. Once I get the shape in there. The other section that I made that needed a modification on it was more of an hourglass shape. This is more of a traditional pinch towards the front end of it style. But yeah. We'll get the pin here. Which one was it? This one. Okay, so this is the other one that I made. And this last little bit had a bubble on it, so I trimmed it down and then threaded it all the way down to that point, and then I made a sleeve that was threaded as well, and then I glued it to the surface, and there you go. That's how I did that. Alright, so from here, what I'm looking at is the base of these threads matching up with the tenon of the barrel. I don't want the section to go outside the threads, right? You want the majors and the minors the same, or not the same, but uniform. So there we go. Yep. And we'll make sure that we're right, right where we need to be. So I make my pieces sometimes just a little bit thicker, anticipating that the sanding is going to take off like another, like a tenth or so of a mil. So not a big deal, just something to consider when you're thinking about other material removal. But yeah, we are now good. But this was the hourglass kind of shape I was talking about. So I like the pinch of an hourglass a little better because I can hold it a little bit further back. I like to see the nib out there instead of my hand being like right behind the nib. So this is one way, and then this would be the other. And that might not look like a whole lot different, but I can tell you it feels quite a bit different. But so we are good. We're good to go. Maybe I'll even use that for this pin. I don't know. Either way, there you go. I showed you how you can be sloppy and still make it, as long as you understand the rules, right? If you drill everything center, it'll be centered. Then you need to find something else that's perfectly centered, which is why I used this, because I made this on a collet, and I know it's centered and perfectly circumferential. And then, let's see, I think that's really about it. But yeah, you should try that out and apply it to the different things that you do and see if it works. But now I don't need to turn any more of these. Hello! How is Turkey these days? I met some people from Turkey when I went to the DC Pin show. Yeah, it was nice. I had one of the vendors behind me too from Turkey, and then crap, what were the bags? There was a certain name of a company that made leather bags and leather, Galen leather maybe. Galen leather sounds about right. Yeah, we worked with. We didn't work with them. We worked side by side. They were vendors behind us. We gotta take off chat next time. Uh-oh. What's wrong? What did you do, Lawrence? This is good? Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's going to be time to change gears. And let me turn off Morty for a second. Ooh, I had a little piece in there. It hit the fan. Or the collector. There we go. All right. Man, what a great turnout. You know I know this leather shorts. My shorts? Nah, I'm just kidding. No, they ain't leather. But yeah, they did some pretty cool stuff. Galen Leather. Um, they do stuff that facilitates a lot of the Japanese journals, um, which is pretty cool from like a stationary enthusiast perspective. Did I move this camera? Did I accidentally hit it or something? Oh, now we got it all wonky, huh? Maybe that'll work. Short shots, no. Gotcha. Right on. But yeah, are you a pin maker, Turner? Anything? I've seen you actually before. I recall that name. Yeah, it's toasty in here. But yeah, I'm gonna take a little break and grab some water, and then I'll come back, and then we'll start turning some diamond painting pins. So it'll be cool. Yeah. So I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Hit that thumbs up and everything for me. That'd be great. Math teacher, that's right. I do remember you now. I remember you. Alrighty. We'll be right back. All right. Hey. Yeah. Scraps. And throw that in the bucket.
The bucket.
Yes. Oh, jeez.
And this?
What's that one? Is that the Maverick one? Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
This is just a tester. We're gonna see what's gonna
This
happen.
here's just pretty.
That's all right. Yeah, this will be a section.
Okay.
I'm excited about learning how to make sections.
I want to learn the steps it takes to get to.
Heck
I
yeah.
don't want to bounce all over the place. I'd rather go in the order that needs to be done.
Oh, you're doing a great job. Crushing it.
All that, but
I think so. I think you're doing good. All right. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hitting that like button. I appreciate all y'all for hanging out. Hope it was I hope it is is beneficial. We're going to change gears and we're going to switch over to diamond painting pens now. If you don't know, this is what we do for work. This is our primary income from the turning stuff. So it's pretty neat if you think about it like that. Yes. But there's no doubt in my mind that the bespoke pens are a more popular thing to work on, talk about, and all that stuff. Well, for good reason too, because it's freaking complicated. It is. It's hard. There's a lot of steps to it and everything. Yep, that's what we're going for. Heart attack. I don't know if you're seeing that. Have you seen? Have you come into the stream at all? How could you? Thought you were supportive. What are you watching? See? You should be. See what I did there? I set her up perfectly. Sorry. Way to go grab a little bit more cafe. But yeah, I guess we'll just show the right quick the diamond painting pins we're gonna do, and then I'll do like one or two, and then probably cut the stream off so I can have some more father-son time, But yeah, there you go. That's what we're working on. Anybody remember what they're called? I should know. I don't remember though. It's weird. That's odd. I don't know. Oh well. If you were interested in bushings, Brian the Kitless makes good bushings. These are what I use. They're 7/32 at the end. They have a nice little shoulder, which is a good guide for size appropriate things and determining that way you're not getting too narrow at the bottom. And then let's see. They only go in a little bit. It could be less, but it also could be more, I suppose. But either way, it has been fine. Never had any issues with them. So, yes. Ooh, this one will be fun. But yes. Oh, Lawrence, dude, I am sorry. I just did figure out what you said. Well, not figured out what you said, but it just clicked for me what you were talking about. I have to turn off chat next time, and it's so I don't get distracted and make mistakes. But to be fair, it wasn't. It wasn't the crowd's fault. The crowd goes wild. me pivot this a little bit more. There we go. Has anybody been on their summer vacation yet? We do it like immediately. So the kids get out of school 1 week, and then that weekend is when we leave for the beach. Yep. All right. Yeah, if you need anything, don't hesitate. I help you. No problem. I gotta say, happy belated Father's Day out there. You're a dad, you're the man. You're the man. I got my dad in the workshop today. He's doing some pretty good work. I can't share too much of the project with you because it's top secret, classified, all that stuff. Yeah, we'll take a few of these and then probably call it a stream. But yeah, man, we'll get there. Anybody interested in hanging out with me when I play video games? I mean, I might as well ask. But yeah. That's kind of like my relaxed time when I want, I guess to relax. But no, I don't relax very well, so I'm still doing something. So Abby and I just started playing Elder Scrolls Online. I guess for a month now. A couple days ago, it was for a month. It's a 10-year-old game, but man, there is so much to do. It's so cool. Does anybody use a tablet or anything like that to draw or do or write? If so, I was thinking about my dad brought a stylus over. It's like, hey, we could do this. And yeah, sure enough, we can. We can make stylus handles. We just need to determine what tips we would end up putting into them. So I know that the Apple Pencil, they've been able to create pencils, but the tip is the part that I would need. And that's kind of a challenge to get just that functions on a touch screen. Kind of like the silicone things. But I know they're out there. I just have to find some that are of good enough quality that I want to click on. And then it'd be pretty cool. Kevin! How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Yeah, man. Got Dad in the shop. And happy Father's Day, sir. Belated Father's Day. Yeah, sorry. Sorry. Dad is indeed in the house. he is working on a different project that we're keeping on the Delta Lima for now. But I'll say that it is ebonite. But man, we're pretty excited about this. Putting a lot of eggs in this basket. Dad, you got a message on the screen. You got a message on the screen over there. Kevin's been with me for a long time, ever since like the beginning. All 3,000 hours of watch time I have, probably 2,000 of them are just him. Yeah. We got to pretty high numbers too as far as the views, which is really awesome. I haven't done a whole lot on my end that's different, so I think that's one of the key things is as far as if you're a YouTuber and you're doing stuff and you keep changing it every time, I think it confuses the system if you're not like consistently doing the same thing, you know what I mean? You ain't going anywhere? Right on, man. We'll be here for a while. It's 3, so I got like another. I got a while. I'll turn for a bit. But yeah, I appreciate you, man. I really am not very good at social media. Except for live. I can do live, no problem. And you know what else? I was intending on finishing up those videos while I was at the beach, but stupid me, I was packing my bike and the car for the kids and Abby, and then my bike obviously for me, and I didn't bring my electronic bag, so I didn't have any way to do that, and it's still, I guess, something that I will need to do, obviously, but that's why I didn't do it on the trip. What is this? This is a handle. This is a diamond painting pen handle. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I felt like I let people down, but it's all right. I'll redeem myself. I don't know how. I will. Give you some more answers, I guess. But yes, I'm not sure. Oh, Kevin, I didn't stream it, but I did rearrange the workshop. Not rearrange. More like cleaned it up a bit. It was, whoo, getting out of control. But you can see on the back that, well, I guess you can't. I'll rotate it before the stream's over. But yeah, it's a lot less cluttered, so it's pretty awesome. I spent all day yesterday doing it. It was a doozy. It's that simple. Well, that's what I was talking about. So you just continue, do it, and if you happen to do it again, not a big deal. Just trim it, and then make sure that the depth is still correct. That's what I'm saying, man. Easy. You know something inside and out, or at least you got ideas of what to do. but you can remedy those types of things. Is it my clean? I'm interested to know who you think is actually clean. Who do you think is a cleaner person? Like their space, their areas where they are. Who do you think has a cleaner space that they work in all the time? Maybe I should even do a poll. Got enough people. Let's do that. Let's do a poll. Create a poll. Is John or he's workplace cleaner? And we'll add, we'll change this, put ladies first, and then that. Good. Abby's workspace, John's workspace. There we go. All right, we'll give that until I'm done with this diamond painting pen. I know what I'm voting for. Pot handle. Let's see, pot handle. No, it is a diamond painting pin handle. But you can make all kinds of handles, man. That's the beauty of, you know, turning on a lathe and doing that kind of stuff. It's all kinds of wonderful cylindrical shapes that you can make. And they serve a huge variety of purposes. So I would say, in a way, turning is an evergreen sort of thing. As long as you can recognize some trends and different things. Do me a solid and hit and vote. That'd be cool. I want to know whose workspace is cleaner. You won't miss anything. I'm just turning. Don't expect anything wazoo to happen. Although I do need to change my carbide cutter because I can feel that it's not cutting this glitter as well as it should, so it's going to make it a little harder on the back end for sanding, unless I change that. I guess a lot of people are just ASMR watching it. Abby is my wife, by the way. She is the blank maker, and she also packs the packages that we get orders for. So that'll kind of give you an idea of, you know, kind of the things that she has to contend with. And I typically deal with the blanks after they're made and all this turning. Laura, how you doing today? I hope my little video helped out and that thing's working great for you. The e-painter, that is. How has your week been so far? It did, sweet. That's what we like to hear. And then on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate that? You don't, come on now, you gotta be honest. Don't say it because you got all the attention and because I'm here and stuff. Tell me what I can improve. Gotta be something. Or not. Don't want to put you on the spot. The beach sounds good? Yeah. Well, it was. I did some fishing. I caught some. Oh, shoot. Let me show you. Oh, there it is. Let me show you. I caught the biggest redfish I've ever caught. I think it's also caught a spot. Yeah. But man, I was excited. So I hooked up with this thing, this fish, and I was like, oh man, this thing's a beast. There you go. Yeah. So the biggest one that I have ever pulled out of the wash that I was at, and then yeah. But it was a good time. I learned how to tie a different rig, and that's how it worked. Or that's what I caught it on. But yeah. When that thing hit and it started fighting, oh man, that was kind of crazy. Did we eat it? No, we definitely could have. Those particular fish have a minimum and maximum size that it can be. I'm pretty sure 30 inches is the maximum it can be, or something like that. And then the minimum, I think, is like 18 or something. So, no, we didn't eat that one. I also did end up catching some flounder as well. And those aren't in season, so they all get thrown back. I also find flounder more of a pain to eat than anything. Well, to clean, not so much to eat. But yeah, it was a good time. Vinny, how you doing, man? Good to see you. How you been? There we go. Let's see. Oh. I've said it before, but if you are in the market for carbide and you use EasyWood tools, these fit. Let me go ahead and get that result here. Let's see. All right, poll is ending. All right, so. Oh man, 6 votes and 50-50. All right, well, there we go. Well, I would say that generally speaking, my workplace is cleaner. And Abby's is usually a chaotic mess. Yeah. But, you know, we kind of go back and forth. I've got clean areas, and then she's got clean areas, and grab this right quick. Vinny, that's good to hear, man. But yeah. And everything is well. Thank you. We, yeah. Working on this week's colorway. That maybe if Abby is here, she'll tell you what it is. Because I don't remember. What? Let's see that. 4 bump. Yeah. Let's see. What are oh yeah. What a difference. Ah! See? I don't like them so sharp. They get caught more. At least the way that I normally turn. So I have to be a little bit more gentle in the beginning. But it'll bounce out here. It'll get better. It already is. Heck yeah. No. Do we want a workshop tour? Just a little bit? Yeah, we'll do that as a video, I guess. All the other workshop YouTubers are doing it. I'll do a workshop, maybe video tour, huh? There. you want it like a regular pin, probably do that. Yeah, new table. So we got to get another table, but we don't actually need to. It's just over there on the metal lathe table, the table that the metal lathe is on. Woo! We're getting a new table, so we don't have to deal with all the wobble that that one has. That one's been great. I've had it since 2019, so about a long while. But yeah, just something that's a little bit more sturdy so it doesn't wobble all over the place. And maybe find a different use for the other table. Oh, you know what I might be able to do that would be cool? Not today, but I think what I can do is actually hook up my phone through the Wi-Fi and be able to broadcast from my phone, so maybe I can have Abby, maybe even Abby's phone, that way she could be in there. I'll be out here. Oh. Huh. Okay. All right. We could definitely try that. It did seem like if you didn't seat it well enough or push it down hard enough, it won't want to. I guess there'll be a little bit of the cushion from the silicone tube in there, and that was one of the things that I was, wondering about too. So, what you were thinking, or what you had said, I think it was one of the considerations I had already. It could have been, but we wouldn't blame you, Laura. If it's not user-friendly, it's not good. It's not as good as it could be. So we'll have to increase the user-friendliness. And if you're wondering, it's my dad that you see kind of popping in and out of the frame there. All right, cool. I'll go back to the drawing board. I think I got the jet pin to knock out before when I get some time. It's still sitting there, waiting for me to do it, or figure out what I'm going to do with it. But I was playing with some brass tubes and stuff like that earlier. So, come on. Thank you for the feedback, by the way. I can definitely make those adjustments. Because maybe we don't even put a tube in it and just use that chamber basically as a yeah. The pin tip on the suction pin. Yeah. But yeah, oh, this had to go back together. It's alright. This time. I'm just kidding. Is that 29? 29. But yeah, we'll get it sorted. Good. Yeah, I gotta draft up the designs for that. But it'll probably just end up being a quick pin. That way I don't have to worry about the pin bleeding from pressure differences from when you put the cap on and stuff. Because that is one of the problems that I have run into when I was doing, it was actually a Visconti rollerball, and when you screw the cap on, I'm pretty sure it pushed a little ball down and it made ink leak into the cap. So I could have either drilled a little hole so the pressure would stabilize and not have more pressure on the inside of the cap, or just make it a quick pin, which I think more people would enjoy a quick pin over a three-piece pin, like the regular fountain pins that I make are. Oh, you know what else I've got that I want to try today? I'm going to do that next, actually. I'm going to revisit Palm Black, or Black Palm. I'll show you here in a minute what it is, if you don't know already. But Black Palm is a very fibrous, quote-unquote, wood, but it's not actually wood. I'm pretty sure it's grass. Like, a lot of people think bamboo is also wood, but it's not. And this stuff is very fibrous, so when I was turning with carbide, it would tear out a whole lot. So we're going to see if, since I have gotten better with carbide, if we can do it. And if not, I'll switch to the skew, or the skew-chi gouge. We'll see which one I'm feeling. But yeah, what a good looking material. Oh my goodness. It looks so good if you do it right, or if you can even do it. I'll show you my attempts from years ago. But yeah, I'll finish this one and then we'll go check that out. That sounds fun and a little different. Curve this one a bit more. All right. Almost there. Okay. Man, these are cool looking. You might not be able to see it super well, but there's like the purpley, but the purpley is like interference, color shift, interference powder. And I did get this black palm out just for the stream. That's when I was trying to turn all the different types of wood before. So, let me kind of clean this up a little bit here. So black palm drills okay. I didn't have any issues with drilling it, although turning it was a different story. Here's a couple that I was working on before. So the front, that little part is what it's supposed to look like all the way through. But as you can see, once you start getting thin, it starts to splinter out if you can't cut it. So I think the way that I was doing it is I was using my round carbide as a scraper, and that wasn't working. So this one kind of blew off that side. But yeah, this I'm pretty sure is a grass, considered a grass or a weed or something. But let's see. You can see all the little freckles. They look like freckles to me. But this is black palm. So we're going to try it. Two different ways. Neither of them might work out, but we'll know, I guess. And these are about 1 inch by 1 inch, so they're a little on the larger side of blank of the piece itself. Okay, it's got a good hug. Everything is set. This is also a new carbide tip, so we're gonna try like that, and we're gonna see initially how it works. I don't know. Try to use it as a cutter now. Hey! All right, let's take a peek. How are we looking? Hey! Okay, it might not look good to y'all, but that looks pretty good to me. All right, it's when it gets thin that it becomes the real problem. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna do, I guess, just a regular shape here. Just see how this side goes. Then we might change up at this. Trying to follow all the good techniques that I can remember. Nice and, well, aside from this part right here. I've got to get a little purchase point. Okay, okay. You follow the principles and the... Oh. Did you see that? I was about to be like, oh, you just follow this and then it's good. But no! Okay. Alright, let's see what we got. What we got? What other tools have we got here? Let's try this. This should shave it, right? And scrape it. Down the hill. I don't like that shape very much, but I tried. Let's see what it looks like. Okay. Well, we're looking better. This is where it chipped out, so that doesn't... I can't really count that against this skew here. Time. Have we learned anything from the time? Something better? It was better. Man, it is still very fibrous feeling. So let's do this way. Alright, now for this teeny tiny slope, I gotta get this all leveled back out again. Maybe I should have started with like a 3-inch blank, then I'd probably end up with a toothpick. Down slope. I'm telling myself, by the way. Y'all already know that. Okay, let's see how we're looking with the skew. And then we'll switch it up maybe. Dude! Look at that! Alright, well, skew is doing better than the carbide, for sure, on this wood. This little locking wheel. There we go. Alright. Now, if you haven't seen my other video about the skew-chi gouge, that's what this is. It's a skew chisel gouge. So you'll come in here. You can ride the bevel just like any other steel tool. But you are effectively cutting it instead of scraping it like with a carbide, I suppose. We need to remedy the rest of this here. This has gotten a lot skinnier than I intended. I'll say one of my problems is I think I may have built myself with some not as good of habits when I was turning resin, and I apply the same technique to wood, and it doesn't want to work the same. Okay. I don't know why, but I like cutting up. Okay, we're going to... my brain doesn't want to work this way. All right, well. Whew. You know, considering where I was before, I'd say that I'm doing much better than I did before. All right. Man, it's going to take forever to sand this. Woo. Thank you. It is going better than it has in the past. But getting the shape the same way is actually really hard. Because I'm not used to turning like that. All right, we will set this one aside. Get the other one that was hiding here all along. I'm going to use the scoochy gouge all the way. Oh, that one's quite a bit offset. Ugh. You see how offset that one is? Very far on this corner here. Not ideal. Okay. All right, scoochy gouge. Let's see what you got. We're gonna make a torpedo fin. Well, this, I gotta say, doesn't look all that appealing while it's spinning. You're looking at what I'm looking at. Alright, here we go. Whew. Sorry, I was in the zone for a little while. Oh, no! It's alright. We still got some room to play with that. Oh, goodness. Popped it out a little bit. One spot right here, man. Don't go away. Whoops. That's not a good sign. Well, that was fun. Short-lived. Nope, still hate it. It broke loose right there. Went too skinny. So that'll just break out and splinter. Looks cool. Okay, here we go. We're actually still going to finish this one, dang it. Try to, at least. Alright. Oh, yeah, I found a big old thing of 240 sandpaper from when we used to sand like this. We used to buy big old things of sandpaper. There's like a giant wheel in there. It's all 240. Okay, let's see. This one's not going to be the, I guess, the traditional shape entirely, so we'll do our best here. Man, I should have started with some more core stuff. Holy. $80 grit. I don't know how it looks from y'all's end, but man, I'm not super excited about how this one's going. Ugh, still feels so bad. So rough. You know, here at our shop, we don't like all that rough. I want like a nice shiny surface here. Oh. All right, so this is, I guess, a little bit of research and development timing here. Well, we'll just call it research. Not so much development, other than John sanding something. Still super textured on the high points. I'm annoyed by that. Think I just need to continue, man. All right. Oh, where did I put my sand? Oh, whoops. I just reorganized. Oh. All right, let's get to 150. I think 150 is going to be our little ticket here. 240 was too fine, I think, to start with, at least. Okay, here we go. Double it over so it doesn't cook my finger as much. All right. You know, I think a black palm might be a rite of passage for turners, man. And I haven't yet received it. Ouch. It's hot. Well, who needs to turn when you can sand forever? Goodness. Don't worry, I'll take all the shape back out of it, make it flat and everything. It's a little sarcasm right there. But I can see a shine starting to come through. So that's cool. Alright, 240. Let's see what we can do. If you have a disc sander or a belt sander, and you have a rubber shoe, keep it. That's how you can clean the belts and the discs. You just use a rubber shoe and it'll just take everything off pretty well. No, not super relevant in this particular case here, but now you know. I don't know what it is about that, man. It just did not want to get much smoother. It's what we're going to roll with anyways. Okay. I will go ahead and say that this is not a smooth surface. Yeah, this is not a smooth surface. Not as smooth as it should be, at least. Alright. Got it all shaken up. Oh, that over here. That'll work. Okay. That's one of the best things about polishing wood, though, is it coming to life. Rehydrating it almost, the way you're looking at it. As if it were almost like a piece of weather wood. Yep. I'm going to do this a few times. Oh, I actually have. I'm not going to use it. For smoother surfaces, I did go ahead and use a microfiber cloth for the friction polish part. So, no, that's good. All right, this is just for curb appeal, man. This won't go much anywhere, I reckon. All right, so usually I put this blob at the top to get some more, but it's too high. So we're gonna get it there. I still did it, but it'll fling the blob at you. So just be aware. And you might not even need all the paste that I got. So just scrape it back into the tub. There. I call this a hasty finish. There's just a few things of shellac or Mylan's friction polish, and then some Triple E. All right, good enough. But that looks good, man. Not my best work, but you can't see all the imperfections. Looks pretty good on camera. Dude. Hey, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. I just finished turning and sanding and polishing some black palm. It only took me a lot of tries to get it right. And I still wouldn't say it's right, but I've made improvements. Definitely needs some more love. And I need more skill. More skill. Thanks, Vinny. It looks pretty cool. You can see how drastic of a difference when you like put the finishing on it. It just looks so much nicer. I'd say that this right here is probably as smooth as the whole pin, this spot. So it definitely does shine. The little black fibers there are really cool. They look good. All right. Well, I gotta say, black palm looks really cool. What a unique, very different looking wood. All right. What? What'd you say? I'll clean it. I'll get it. Here. Let me squeeze by you right quick. There we go. Okay. I had one. I just didn't take it. I'll get it. I'll find it. I know. I'm going to switch the cam facing you, and then we will wrap it up for today. Here you go.
Heyo.
Oh, here.
Stop.
We'll take it. You're not
Oh, I
taking
pressed
it.
a button.
Just press the same button again.
How do I know?
Perfect. You're good. Because it turned blue.
Oh, okay. I'm back. Oh, I was watching for a second while he said he was going to do this. It turned into something. That's cool. I know. I saw these. They look a bit like turds, to be honest.
Hey!
These ones, not the one that you...
That's exactly what they look like on the lathe, too.
Hi, Laura. These were not stabilized, right?
No.
No. This is just regular black palm, which... How did you end up turning it?
Magically.
Slowly? Sanding?
There's a lot of sanding involved.
Yeah. Look at this chunky, broken fellow. Anyways, yeah, that looks really cool. You could still feel the texture, which is interesting.
I sanded it with the 80, and then I went to 150, and then I went to 240.
Well, you could tell.
And I said, I quit.
The fibers are really different.
I know, they're really cool.
It's very
they
interesting.
Shine nicely.
It's lighter than I super like to.
There you go. There's what these are looking like.
Eclipse is this week's.
Eclipse?
Eclipse. Those are really cool. Oh man, I'm not doing a good job with the opposite here. It's okay. I'm excited to sand and polish these.
No, it was never stabilized.
Because the color shift in here, you can't really see it color shift until it's all shiny. Those are cool. The black and white swirled really nicely in those.
Yeah, it did.
Sweet. Where's your finished bucket? Or are these the only ones?
No.
And you want to just put them back in there? Or I'll put them over here. I have been inside packing.
I gave you all the buckets back. They're all over there.
Yeah, we'll figure that out later.
But
Anyways,
yeah,
well, that turned out cool.
yeah, I had a really good stream. Thanks so much for being here and hanging out.
It was a long one.
With my dad and I. He
Yeah.
didn't do a lot of chatting, but you know what?
Jumping in front of it and stuff.
Oh, nah, you didn't do that.
Man,
I did.
a
I
few
kept
words.
wandering back and forth in front of the camera.
That's okay.
That's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you for hanging out. It was a great time. Started off with some caps and then made another section and then messed that one up. Had to make another one after that.
You did.
Yeah.
Out of which one?
It wasn't guided right. Or
He recovered quick.
No, which pen?
the collar. The birthday one.
Oh,
Lucky
well,
birthday.
okay. You already had another blank of that anyways.
Yeah. But yes, thank you for being here. You made my day. And I will see you next time.
Bye.
Have a good day.